Hello. You might know that music from somewhere, Cal. I would imagine so. I don't know how the stream quality is. I'm sure it's not great, but I'm here. So, we're getting back into the Ace Attorney Chronicles, which I've been wanting to play on stream for a while. Smooth, not pixelated. Wow, that's actually good. I know you're not interested in the game, Cal, which is fine. I'm playing for my enjoyment, and if people want to watch, they can absolutely watch. That's perfectly fine with me. VBR, yeah, VBR for the win. I'm gonna go ahead and hit that, and I'm actually gonna turn down the music a little bit because I think the music is a little bit too loud. Can I not? Can I not? Oh. Oh. Well, guess we're just gonna turn it off then, I guess. Let's... Can I open Spotify then? There's Spotify, there's Spotify. Where's the playlist I usually go to? The Twitch friendly playlist. Twitch friendly. Let's see. I mean, cyberpunk music's cool, but I want something a little different. How did I find the other playlists? Do they have other playlists? They do. That's fantasy. We don't want fantasy music. I don't really want that. See all. I want Twitch friendly. Give me Twitch friendly music. I could play Dude if you want me to play Dude. I'd need to get it ready though. Twitch friendly playlists, please. Hey Kat, how are you doing? I know it's not interesting at the moment, but I'm trying to find some background music to play. Twitch safe lo-fi. Could do some lo-fi. We'll do that. It's not exactly Ace Attorney music, but you know what? It's good. So we're gonna go ahead and continue our game from where we left off. Oh, we're on episode 3. I forgot I finished episode 2. I thought I was on episode 2. The kids are never gonna get their hands on this. Da, 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 da. So yes, we will start playing. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. How are you, Kat?
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
I'm just gonna let him talk.
A murder in a carriage.
A murder.
As it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside.
Yeah, I hear that.
There were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Okay.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Okay.
My friend, Mr.
Herlock Sholmes, please tell me.
I believe.
Is Herlock gonna come back? He's...
The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese
Hey, Lula.
were to play.
How are you? I caught some of your stream today. I couldn't stay for all of it because I kept getting calls. Sorry. But I lurked for you. I love that they added, like, actual animations in this game.
Just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Go away, Steam. Yeah. Like, they got a straight up, like, budget for this game, I guess.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital
Okay.
of Great Britain.
Have fun lurking. Thank you.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever.
I don't have a water. Well, I can only drink one, so...
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
There you go.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
I drank longer and I counted to 3. That's 3 gulps.
Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
I'm not chugging it.
To the centre of the world.
I'm not chugging it.
Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Whatever. That's kind of a cool office. Inside of a clock tower. No. No. Did you do 2 of them? You did do 2 of them. Okay, fine. 2 more seconds. That was like 2.5 actually, but it's alright. No! I haven't considered it, and I won't consider it. Ha! You'll run out of points eventually! Fine, 2 more. There it is. I was waiting on it! I mean, it's not like I have any much left, so... You know what? You know what? I actually do have something ready here for you. It's not soda, which is fine. I have Gatorade. Anyway, back to the game. Thank you. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. It's a clock tower! It is clearly a clock tower! It's what plants crave. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. Sounds like yeah, you know, I do like grass-type Pokemon, so maybe. Babathar. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. Why do you keep saying things like that? It's certainly ... But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What are we looking at? This one cog in particular? There's one... Okay. What is this place again? A clock tower? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san. Oh, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. It's a clock tower! Am I insane that I'm the one that realizes that we're inside of a clock tower, like Big Ben? They're in Britain. Are they inside Big Ben? The Lord Chief Justice? That just sounds like a villain. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No, because he's dead. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Cosmo's place as the law student selected for the study tour. That kind of was the point of the last one, yeah? Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. My god. Please tell me that the Lord Chief Justice is not going to be like some ridiculously over... Yeah, he's going to be. We'll see. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Okay, Colonel Mustard, how you doing? I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Seemed 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, he's a time freak. Cool. Also, if anybody's still listening, if anybody has played Final Fantasy VIII, which I know Kat and Lula probably have, does he not look like Zell? He looks like Zell Dinched, or however you said his last name. He looks like Zell. Just without, like, all the spazziness and the fighting gloves and whatnot. He looks like Zell's great-great-grandfather. Anyway. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. He really reminds me of Zell, even that, like, snap thing he just did. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Male Strongheart. Okay. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. Oh, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I still can't say his name. I haven't been able to say his name properly the first time since I started playing this. From the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I can't do it. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. He looks like a villain. Oh, I get to converse. London! So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help? I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? I think I said it right the first time. Sure, cool. Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear that you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's as much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before he even arrived. My country nationally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me that you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then, the moment of truth. Ba-doom. Fine. God. Wasting your points. That's okay, though. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not too careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's you. You studied the entire time to get there. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details... Oh, did it? Okay. Oh no, that's not good. Well, I mean, it's to be expected. My internet's not great. So, I apologize if that happens. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learnt all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. So I realized my camera is not exactly straight. Let me fix that. I think that's better. Yeah, I think it's better. Anyway, I've learnt all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you good in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Boom, test. So what form will the test take, actually? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing's perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? No, not game over. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. Why are you winding that? It's funny, because, like, if I don't hit anything, he'll just wind that thing forever. It's like, what time are you setting it to? 3,000 years ago? Like, what's going on, buddy? What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes. Good question. I remember. Let me guess. Murder. It's a murder trial! A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment, he'll be put to death. Here in Great Britain, murders are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. You know... like, there's still some left, but here, I'll give you a free one. I'm not singing. That's why there's not one. I don't see you singing on your art streams. And no, there's no deal that if you sing, I'll sing. That's not happening either. Anyway, we can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. Well, yeah, you're the lawyer. That's kind of your job. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? This is not a music stream. And I don't sing. I already did one. God damn. Cow. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Yeah, that's kind of what the gallows do. I'll see. No. No. I mean, I will be at Cow's house this weekend, so... Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Yeah, you do, because that's what a lawyer does. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. You can demand it all you want. So it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but what could I do? Oh, I don't know. You could man up and say, I'll do it. It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mrs. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. Okay, you all have fun in the peanut gallery. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find somebody to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that's the truth. I thought about doing voices, but I just really don't want to. And I'm not, no, I tried doing voices one time and I hated it. I don't want it. I did try on the first episode and I just did not like it. I didn't like it. I know. You can boo me all you want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't expect an answer to every question. Hey! Thank you for the sub. I love the Sonic sound. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. I don't have any emotes. I haven't really been able to, like, actually stream, even from home, until today. And I am not artistic enough to actually make emotes. I don't know what my emotes would even look like either. Listen, I can make certain graphics, but I am just absolutely not artistic. Like Lula. Lula is great at art. Like, she's fantastic at art. I even still have this on my desk. It's still here. And, like, I can't do art. I can't do this. Okay. How long ago did you give me this? Like, we were at Pita Pit when you did this. I remember we were at Pita Pit when you did this. It's like... It was years ago. Like, 4 years ago, maybe? 4 or 5 years ago? Maybe? Something along... Actually, no. You put a date on it. You actually put a year on it. It said 2016. This is, what... 5 years ago, right? No. Yeah. Yeah, 5 years ago, maybe almost 6. Yeah, I've kept that for 5 or 6 years. Yeah, you actually put your signature on it with 2016. I don't know if you can read it because the quality's garbage, but you put 2016 on it. And it's been hanging around. That and the wing that Cat made me. It's on the Christmas tree currently. I keep gifts. Like, I keep gifts around. If it's a gift that somebody has given me, I typically try, like, especially art. If, like, somebody has made me something, like, artistic, like the wing or this, I'm gonna keep it. Like, because that's cool. Like, and that actually means something. That if somebody's actually, you know, going to take the time out of their way to make something, not just buy something like a keychain or whatever. Like, if somebody actually makes something and gives it to you, keep that. It means something. If you want to. I mean, I'm not going to turn that down. If you want to, I'd appreciate it. I just don't know what they would be. I will talk to you, like, after stream or something, if you want. Also, I don't know if either of you were listening when I said this earlier, but does that dude kind of look like, from Final Fantasy VIII, does he kind of look like Zell? I think he kind of looks like Zell, like Zell's great-grandfather. He's just not as much of... Well, I guess he is kind of a spaz, because he's just checking his watch every 2 seconds. He kind of looks like Zell to me. Yeah, like old Zell. Old Zeller. Anyway, so venture into our great city, and enjoy yourselves. Venture into our great shitty. Away you to go into our shitty. He's gone. The Old Bailey. You like Baileys? If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Oh, here we go again. Fine, I'll finish it. Yes, I said Old Zeller. I already made that pun. Converse. Ah, she's not gonna tell me anything, but I'll do it. I'll do it anyway because the whole generic. If I've got nothing to say, it's a what to do from your assistant. Mrs. Sato, can I just ask you something? Why do you look like you're about to hit me? Careful, from this position, I can perform a Sato takedown in an instant. Yeah, yeah, I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. Did she say immediately or imminently? Okay, well thank you for the lurk. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay, I guess we're going to the Old Bailey. Can I look around the room first? Look at his desk. I don't want to go through this again. You don't need to judo chop me or whatever you're gonna do. No takedowns, please. I guess we're just gonna leave. Guess we're just gonna leave. No looking around. Oh. Okay. We're at the Old Bailey. The defendant's antechamber. February 18th, 9:45 a.m. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it. A guinea in it for you? That's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Jacksepticeye, is that you? Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. That ain't Jacksepticeye. That's the Mad Hatter, excuse me? Who is this character? Boy, is your hat made of obsidian? What are yous doing following me here? Tings are fair desperate, are they? I need Jacksepticeye to voice this dude. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Don't you face... Oh. Tis grand, tis grand. Nice bling you got there. I like your ring pop. It's a nice little ring pop you got going on there. Did you get that at the dollar store on the way out? Along with your hat? 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion to the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? It's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Yeah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me, good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it all up. Why would he? I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and Blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? Willy Wonka? I don't know. No, sorry, we only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its quarry old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Breathing heavy. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering just to stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. No. Well, not at all. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Well, you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Where is it? Where is it? Where's your little thing? Boom! No, oh, you didn't do it? Boom! The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeke stands for the prosecution, they call his accused the sacrificial lambs. And to this day, In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned into his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. What? How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't go cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accursed. That he may sell chocolate to children and have a giant factory with a chocolate waterfall and a girl that blows up into a blueberry. I don't know. Why you give me another hydrate? Now I have to just... Cow. Why you gotta be such a troll? Why? Thank you, Cow. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. No, you can't. You're the lawyer. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And I do appreciate that. It is, yeah, I know it's fun to troll me. I know that's what you're doing. But yes, hydrating is important. Especially since I am talking a lot. In fact, I will go ahead and do it again. Because why not? And because Gatorade is actually really good. I like the red and red, orange, and the yellow. So fruit punch, orange, and what's yellow? Lemon lime. So, okay, I have no evidence. I don't know what happened with this trial. I literally have nothing. Which is interesting. How we're going to manage this. Oh. Okay. That's a visual. It's neat. Oh. Wait. Who are those people? This is new. Is that just the jury? Huh. That's really new. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place are palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? I should do something, actually. Because I forgot to actually change the lighting in my room. I mean, the white light is fine, honestly. It's not that big of a deal. But I want a colored light. Home. We're gonna do office lights. What do you mean they're offline? Color. Blue. Is it this blue? That's that blue. Right? Yeah, it's that blue. I like that blue. You know what, next time I'm gonna get it set up to where, like, I'm gonna get it set up to where I'll have channel points to where you can select a color of my lights. That'd be kind of neat. I'll have to have it, like, set up or something, but, like, if we want purple, just boom, purple. Actually, I kind of dig the purple. Let's leave it on purple. I'm gonna leave it on purple. Hydrate again! Yeah! Thank you, cat. May I say something, Mr. Naruto? Oh, yes, what? Oh my god. Calm down. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. What? Nice beard, bud. Is that the clock from Beauty and the Beast? Because he looks like the clock from Beauty and the Beast. What was his name? Cogsworth. Is that Cogsworth? Looks like Cogsworth to me. My last one, gotta go to bed. 5 a.m. comes early. Night, Doki. Night, cat. Have a good night. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. This guy, though. This guy is a vampire. Like, dude, do you need to see a doctor? Like, he straight up looks like almost a Final Fantasy character. Anyway, the prosecution is fully prepared. Apparently. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. You appear to be Eastern. Do you know English? Yeah, of course. Sorry. You appear to be Eastern. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Boy. Hmm? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the Great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Do you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please maybe go play McGilded Park. Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. I swear to God, if they... Never mind. I was going to say, if they bring out the actual killer and he looks like a tweaked out guy with a knife or something, it's like... That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, in the most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. That is the jury. Boy's got a knife. Can he bring that into the courtroom? Is he the one that killed him? Like, he's the guy that committed the murder. It's that guy, isn't it? It's that guy with the knife and the top hat, like, I got away with it, yes. Like, what? Who'll let you bring that into the courtroom? And then you got the guy in the green over there, the green top hat. One eye's going this way, one eye's going that way. I saw everything, Your Honor. Oh my God. What a lineup. What a lineup we got. Like, I don't know what to call him, like the Monopoly Man or some mafia guy. She could have killed somebody. She kind of looks like she could kill somebody. This guy definitely killed somebody. She's just taking notes. I have nothing against her. This... Lazy Larry over here, and then Grandma, who couldn't hurt a fly, is just making a blanket. No big deal. There you go. 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. It's this task to send rotters to the gallows where they belong. I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha, any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Boy, you have a knife! You have a knife in a courtroom. You did it. You did it. You killed a man. I don't know, we didn't even start this yet. You did it. You and your 2 little earrings. She doesn't have anything to say. She's just here. She's here to document. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Okay, she's making mitts. She's making like mittens. Ah, Mr. Naruto, these people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors and the murderer. But the judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. Wouldn't that be like 6 points of view? But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. That is a character the cat would absolutely love, I think. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. That's us. That's us. So the Reaper has been in action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must not be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. 3 days past what? Anyway. 10:03, 04, somewhere around there. Okay, a little after 10. Cool. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. So we either got a sword, or a short sword, or a dagger. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. It's never so straightforward with these things, though. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Give it! Give it! Put it in the court record! Thank you! I want to read it! Oh, and the photograph. Cool. We getting some evidence! And one further item of evidence. Okay, sure. Gloves. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are gloves with blood on them. Good lord, is that blood capsule? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Well, if we're using common sense here, which the game doesn't always do, but if we're using common sense here, if you were thrusting a dagger into somebody by the handle, yes, there could be splatter, but if there was blood, like, right here, it doesn't seem plausible that it came from when he stabbed the guy, but you would think the splatter would be all over the gloves, not just here. But that's just me. The defendant's leather gloves had been entered in the court record. I'm going to look at the court record. Give me the court record. I want to read. Space. Thrice-fired Mason, male. He was 54, brickmaker. 15th of February, between 10 and 11. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in the omnibus due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Straightforward. Okay. And the picture. Space. First thing I notice, he's got a button missing. I don't know if it was always like that, but he's got a button missing. I think the button missing is going to be important. I don't see anything else important. Because there's no reflection in the window. There's really no blood splatter. Which is interesting to me because my theory about, you know, the blood spatter being on the glove, there's nothing there. It's just on the chest, which means he could have been shot and then stabbed. It's very possible. And what about the gloves? Definitely blood. Okay, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on the first day in London. No, well, you're a lawyer. Nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe. That is the right-handed glove that's got the blood on it. Ah, pity. If you only be left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Well, I want to check everything. Okay. Why just there? Why only there? Was he trying to, like, stop the bleeding, maybe? There's nothing else really important about these gloves other than they have blood on it. Okay. Okay. I've seen everything. I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Duh. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man who I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. I was right. He put his hand on the... Yeah, okay, got it. I was correct. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment of which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Look at that lady writing a novel! How many words per minute is she going right now? Ordar. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime had been made quite clear. I think we'll hear testimony from those witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. What now, you a genie? Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. All of them? I don't like you. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I like you, Beppo. You're cool. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. Fairplay. You don't look like you play fair. My name's First. Lady First. Lady for. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ladies first. Lady first. I may make hats for gents. Not quite well, though. But you do your best. I can appreciate it. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Somebody get that man a blanket. Man, he's freezing. He's also wearing the same gloves as the one that have blood on it. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies. Please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. So we can do them all at once? Let's go! It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Oh, you've got a whip? You're not so cold anymore. Unambiguous testimony, I would say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way. Naira! Hey. Welcome. There's no way they have seen the inside of the moving carriage. He's got a point. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the eastern island nations was a good century behind our own, but you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. You're not going to bring an entire bus in here, are we? Oh. Okay. It's a literal carriage. Okay. Were they sitting up there? So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Well, the doors are big enough. It's a whole damn bus. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Alright, so if we're looking at it, if we're looking at this, if the guy, presumably, well, it depends if he's sitting on the top or the bottom. I'm assuming he was sitting on the top, which in that case, that somebody from the bottom, here's my guess. My guess is that he was sitting here, the victim. Our defendant was sitting here. The killer was sitting in one of these two. No, I've got that wrong. The defendant would have been, or no. The victim was here, because he's closest to the ladder. If the murderer was down here, he could have easily climbed the ladder, stabbed him, went back down, and took his seat without anybody noticing. The defendant would have been here, woke up, turned around, saw the guy dead, tried to save him. That's my theory before it even starts. I was ready. I was ready with it. I saw you coming, Cal. I saw you coming from a mile away. Azzy! How are you, Azzy? I can actually stream from home now. It's crazy. I mean, it's not like 720p or 1080p or anything, but hey, it's something. It's crazy. Ah, fine. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Tell me where people were sitting. Prove my theory right. And I should point out for our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. That adds something new. Also, Naira, I made sub badges before I streamed today, so that's a thing. I don't know if you'll have it because of the founder thing, but I made sub badges. That's gross, Cal. But there's a skylight in the interior. If the skylight can open, if the victim was sitting where I said he was going to be sitting, that being in this seat right here, then it makes it entirely possible for somebody to pop up, stab, and then get in. I don't have water with me right now. I have Gatorade. Water is good for you. I just don't have a bottle of water. I could probably go get some water. You know what? No, I'm not putting a cap on that. Oh, you gave me a hydro. Fine. Ah, a skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. So, I was wrong on my theory where people were. So they were on the top, and the murder took place in the bottom? That's how they came to witness the grim incident. Well, my theory still kind of stands, because then the person in the back seat could then just climb down the ladder pretty easily, and if the victim was in the back seat, he could still stab and then climb back up. Alright, stretching. Thank you, Naira. Through the skylight. The one that keeps falling off, or the... Which one? Everybody's got crazy hats. Are you talking about the one, like the guy where his hat keeps falling off? Yeah. You know what his name is? His name is hilarious. His name is... Here, I'll type it in chat. His name is... Lady First. His name is Lady First. They introduced him earlier as that, and I'm just like, oh my god. You know, no, he makes hats for a living. That is his job. He said it himself. He makes hats for a living. For gents. He's trying his best, okay? That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. He does an awful job, but I'm telling you, he does his best. For a second there, I thought this was like music from To the Moon. And I'm like, oh. Wait. No, it's not. Okay. It sounds very similar to a song from To the Moon. He should try. He should try. I agree. Let me put this in case anybody is wondering, which they're not. They're not wondering, but I quite like the game To the Moon. I quite like it. It's a lovely game. One of my favorites. I still need to play Imposter Factory. Naira knows this. Hydrate again. You're all gonna make me... I like water too, but I don't have water. I am a cat person. I am very much a cat person. Anyway, there are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. Well, that's the biggest piece of evidence I've ever seen. That is the prosecution's wish. Show us the cat? You want me to go get my cat? Okay. Well, hold on. I'll be right back. I will go ahead and show you my cat. Be right back.
Nos olvidó ayer.
Here is the cat. It is Nala. Hey Nala. They want to see you. She just wants to she just wants to cuddle. Nala. Here, look at the camera. Look up here. Look up here. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. I know. Well, this is Nala. This is the cat. She just wants to cuddle, don't you know? There you go. Say hi, Niles. Hi. She could stay like this all day if she wanted. This is what she does. She just chills. Just chills on the shoulder. So for now, Nala, going up top. Going up top. Up top. There you go. Let's go ahead. We're going to turn this back to purple. There we go. And we are going to go back to Ace Attorney with Nala. Yeah, right, Nals. Yeah. I don't want to block her. I don't know. Anyway, back to game. Boop. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus here is formally accepted as evidence. Hydrate. I didn't go grab. I didn't get water. I should have went and got water. I didn't. I went and got her instead. Rocking them Bayer headphones. I am absolutely. Why? Like, come on. This 8-seater omnibus, I need to put a limit on those hydrates. I'll make it pricier or something, I don't know. Revenge! I didn't make you hydrate that much. Do it when Cal streams. Cal made you hydrate all that much. Alright, I want to look at that omnibus in the court record. Right now. Because I like looking at the court record. Let's see. I can't look under it. I can look on top. What's this? Okay. Can we figure out which way it opens? You can certainly see inside of the carriage. Did she move? No. You can certainly see inside the carriage through the opening, that's for sure. Yeah. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Alright. The ladder. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Hey, he wasn't born yet. No, the answer's yes. The answer's yes. I already know it. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. That's out of place because he's not born yet. This is the door. Let's open the door. Oh, she got down. Oh, no, she didn't. She's moving. You going on this side? You going on that side, Nala? You going on that side? Huh? You good girl? Yeah. Anyway, well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. No, I definitely want to go inside this thing. Alright, so the ladder... So it's in the seat away from the ladder? Am I seeing this right? How could they see inside? I mean, that one would be able to, I'm pretty sure. Not much blood here. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's obviously... Yes, and the seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. Oh my god, you're fine. 8 ball. Thank you, 8 ball. And there's a lamp in on here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside the skylight. My question is, could those seats lift up and could be somebody be hiding underneath it? Whichever way you look at it, doesn't seem to be was a planned attack. Because that looks like a compartment somebody could be hiding in. That definitely looks like a compartment somebody could be hiding in. The seat has a handle, it seems. Ha ha ha! Hey. I was right. Looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. Horseshoeing tools? Okay, so it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to show their luggage, that's for sure, but somebody could be hiding in there. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. But if that one opens, wouldn't you say that this one could too? But my assumption is that somebody probably hid inside here. Can I see anything else in here? Yeah, we went through this already. Okay. Interesting. This is just banter. Yeah, great exhibition. A lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole expedition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Cool. I already know these are just banter. Is this the same thing? Yeah, it's the same thing. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, move on. Can these open? Nope. What's that? Okay, nothing. There's like a crack there. Oh, there's a crack on both sides. Okay, back out we go. Yeah, I don't see anything else of interest inside there. So, blood spattered seat is on this side, which is away from the ladder. So that theory's out. So the person would have hard to been inside the carriage already, which means he's probably hiding in that compartment. Okay, I kind of have a theory on that. That makes sense. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination. Already did it. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Oh, hi Nala. Bye Nala. There she goes. Oh no, you're just gonna sit there? Hi. Hi. Oh, you coming back? Hi. Okay. She may leave. I don't know. The door's open. Pray don't expect this Nipponese to stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus. Ryanosuke, focus. Cross-examining 3 people at once. Let's go. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. Cool, I'm gonna press you anyway. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold. It was sort of freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, no. There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. Yep. Is it this guy? He looks too tall to be hiding in that thing. I have to say, even the boss insists on it running. He does every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. And what about you, Mr. Fairplay? The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. I'm gonna press on that. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window is right there at your feet. We didn't see that as much. You would have been sitting here, I would assume. Because the people... He's claiming to have sat here on this back bench because the other 2 were sitting here away from the ladder. So he would have been sitting on this bench. There's a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. That's a interesting detail. Couldn't make out their faces, so you don't know if it actually was him that did it. Also, this dude's wearing white gloves, not brown gloves. And not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. I don't know. This guy has white gloves. The gloves that Mr. McGilded had were brown. They're right there. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of, well, rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside in the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. You're not thinking outside the box there. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. You don't know if it's him.
Hold it!
We're gonna hold it anyway. You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair, dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? This boy's got a jaw like Markiplier. Like ye old Markiplier. Honest lady. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I have a message. It's Justin. I'm not gonna watch that yet. He's sending me videos. A friend of mine likes to send me memes a lot. Alright, so this is no good. I've really got his backup. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail if that's... My lord... Yeah, this guy. This guy, I swear to God, he did it. Because he's literally sitting there with a knife in the court. How did he bring a knife into the courtroom? How did he do it? And why are you interrupting? I said it from the start that it was this guy, because he's literally just sitting there twirling a knife. Whoosh. Twoosh. Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Okay, he did it. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or the other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. Excuse you? And that little leprechaun of a man has no objection. Well, he can't fool me. What is that? There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. You put your... That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. You haven't heard anything yet. Excuse you? What the... What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent, black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice as we saw a moment ago. I don't know if that guy's rich, I don't know. But he's an asshole, that's what he is. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Yeah. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Yeah, right? No. I immediately saw him on the jury and I'm just like, dude's guilty. He's got a knife. He brought a knife into court. What? He's just like, I'm just your friendly neighborhood juror. It's scissors. I don't... That's not a knife. This is a knife. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Huh. This is a nightmare. Oh, lady first. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
Gonna keep pressing. You stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. So were you and dude over here holding hands? Were you? Nala still in here? No, she's not. She left. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see. I mean, I'd probably make a new hat design if I were you. That thing's not doing so well on your head there, bud. So I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife is a dagger, but okay. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. She's cleaning. I don't like that guy. He's just still got that knife. And she's still typing a novel. Granny can't do anything wrong. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGillick is... If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Counsel, this is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. You are a vampire, buddy. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M, for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Oh. 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 Ryu. But there are M's everywhere. Somebody spilled all the M&Ms. Like yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. Why don't you just ask him if it's his? No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Why don't you just ask him if it's his? Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. Good, I want to see it. I want to... Lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Oh, no. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. I don't like the fire. I don't like the fire. Like, it's cool looking and all. But that's... I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Hold it. No, you can't. No, you can't. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. No, it's not. Nothing's been said yet. Oh, I don't like that. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it every time I press these witnesses for more information. I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose we'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Okay, so we're doing it again. Okay. I don't need to press anymore. I just need to figure out what evidence goes where. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Oh, I didn't press him. I didn't press that last one. So help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend to the deed. But they didn't, though. We didn't, though. Because they couldn't see his face. Listen to the witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Well, yeah, I need to go back to him. Last bus of the evening, remember well, yeah. Yeah, reached knife into his guts. Screamed he couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream stop us, and then I saw it too. Well, you didn't though. You couldn't have seen it. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. He collapsed on the floor, he was. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand. Like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this. Stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Hold on, no. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Because he heard a scream, and then he saw somebody get stabbed? What was the scream for? Yes, juror number 5, do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen. Let me look at the knife first. That is a fancy knife. Could also be a W. It could also be a W. What's this M? If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was... Shut up. Can I open the knife? That part is the sheath, isn't it? Yeah, are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Yeah, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. It's not a blade, that's Cosmo's soul. Anyway, there's no sense of delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Thank you. Yeah, it's blood. Very fancy knife, though. Doesn't look like it was shoved too far into his chest. Far enough to do damage, but still. That looks like a lot like blood. Surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman blood looks like Japanese man's blood. Did you think it would... Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Huh. And of course you got the hilt. Nothing on the inside of that. I don't see anything else I can really notice. I want to look at the W's. Let's see. Is there anybody with a W in their name? He has nothing to do with it. Yes, M. No W, him. Mason's dead. Beppo, he's just a cold old man. It's alright. Bruce Fairplay, no W. Lady first. He's trying his best. There nobody else? Well then. It's not looking so good for you there, Magnus. I don't like what he said. I know you're gonna put a guilty verdict in. It's fine. Whatever. You're right to make a decision before hearing all the facts. Like, thank you, juror number 5. You have a, like, you know, good head on your shoulders. Never mind. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please. Just keep an open mind a little longer. Key up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. God damn. Alright, what about you, number 6? Come on, Granny. Keep it alive for me, Granny. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means 5 juries agree to condemn this man. Granny? Granny? Madam Juror number 6? Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' face, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it hit up to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. What? We've been through this already. Rabble. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? Are you going to slander him into court? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows. McGilded lends money at an extortionate rate of interest, so his victims have no hope in repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Okay, you're just gonna listen to him and believe the guy? Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. Has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? That is a good point. What possible reason could this man have had to make a use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. Unless Magnus was paying for his ride. He offered us money right away, when didn't even know who we were. He was offering the guy a ride. The guy had nothing. The brickmaker had nothing, and he was paying for his ride. It will come as no surprise that the creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling worth to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he had owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. No!
Hold it!
Okay, Sasato. If I might add something briefly. Miss Sasato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Oh, You gonna have a drink? Okay, I'll have a drink with you, buddy. Oh, we got good. Pray forgive this discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court of law. There it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. How could this be considered acceptable? Oh, I don't know. There's a guy in the jury with a knife. I'll be right back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Anyway, Mr. Van Zeek finds himself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage. You know what? You know what? You know what? Also, is this from Final Fantasy? Pretty sure it is. No, I'll go back to that. What's that called? It's just called Pause. That's PlayStation. That's Final Fantasy. That is Final Fantasy VIII. I love it. I have water. I prepared for that. I knew. Anyway. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this letter as evidence. Why hadn't you done so yet? Well, you haven't given a reason why you would put that in evidence, but okay, sure. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Council. I'll gladly accept this new evidence. Guess we got something else to look at. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Well, then let's look at it. Click. Can you open it? Do you really think we ought to look inside? Yes. Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from a great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Click. Hey! I recognize that mechanism. I have one on this box right here. Just opens up. Where's it? There. Opens up like that. Same mechanism. Nice. I can't read any of that. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Ha ha ha. Yes, one of the witnesses. Should that mean something to me? Yes, he's one of the witnesses. It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Ah, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. The details of the debtor's ledger has been updated in the court record. Is that it? Do I just... Alright, yep, nope, that's it. Alright, I don't think there's anything more about this book. I think that's actually it. Yeah, that's it. That's all we're getting from that. Good thing to know. So, good old Brucey boy, who I didn't like to begin with, which, by the way, Bruce is this guy. I'd like him to begin with. Is probably the guy that killed him. Which does kind of go with my theory that somebody on the top could have killed somebody on the bottom. But probably not in the way I think. Ah, yes, 20 guineas, the victim owned a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. No, Granny! Still. Granny, maybe it's all for the best. Granny? Ah, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. Granny, no! Okay. But that doesn't mean I lose. Right? That was it, the last juror's decision. It can't be it, though. I haven't even presented any evidence yet. According to this encyclopedia of British law... Encyclopedia? Encyclopedia? Is that how they spell it? Because I know that spelling is not, like, American spelling. Is that proper spelling? Like... Is it like a aluminium thing? Like, is that what's going on? I don't know. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections? You have to object, because we have a discrepancy. Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say that that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Sato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to procedure before you even understand what it entails. Huh. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what? To exactly... Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse the decisions. Got it. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. I don't know if that's a recent hydrate. I don't think it is, but I'm going to do it again. Because I need a drink anyway. Don't exactly have room to put things. Put that cup over there. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Not true. I don't think so. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try that this day and age. Too bad, because I'm gonna. Still. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Got nothing else to lose. A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? You assert your right. You don't admit defeat. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Oh, shut up. London is capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Just because you can't... Submission examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. Just because you're on the verge of winning doesn't mean you can be like, no, I want to win right now. I want to win right now, mommy. No. Stop crying.
Objection!
But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness! Madness? Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. Oh, this is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. Oh, you don't know why you voted guilty? Ah, that's too bad. You still shouldn't have a damn knife in court. I don't like you. I don't really hold this with all this justifying lark. You're just writing a novel. It's okay. Move on. Defense procedure. No practicing lawyers attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Let's go! There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I don't like you. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made this far and drawn a logical conclusion. You know, you do you. I can't fault you there. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. But, you know, he wasn't on the floor. He was not on the floor. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? Thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions on their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. What on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea of how to make this work then? Do we need a separate piece of, evidence for each person? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. How am I supposed to do this? What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way they break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements between one person and the other person? Oh, if we can, then we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Okay. Yeah, you do! We start proceedings, counsel. I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. What is the mechanics for this? You did it, buddy. You did it. Alright. Oh, yeah. No one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory. Sees 4 passengers with fare totaling 20 pence. Oh. I can't see that yet. Yeah, no, I know that. History. I can't see the rebuttal here? Oh, damn. Okay. Well, I took the liberty of doing some research. In case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Long, I'm afraid. Yeah, go ahead, fine. Sure, do it. Very well, listen to this. Yeah, no one else inside the carriage. Well, you would pit him against the guy that said there were 4 people there, right? In this situation, the counsel for the defense studios are in pit with impunity. With her? That's not the actual response, right? Oh god, I'm not sure I like these mechanics. This is, I mean, it's interesting. Pair the chosen assertion with the other jurors. Select the corresponding buttons to listen to the other jurors' assertions again. Okay. Note that you cannot choose the assertion of the juror you initially selected, nor can you choose assertions of jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Okay. I see. So I can go ahead and hit pit, and I can listen to them. Let's get this right now so I never have to listen to that long and boring explanation again. Yeah. Interesting, though. Has to have been him. Can I just hit pit now? Okay. Has to have been him. I trust the driver. Excellent memory. 20 pence. Okay, you and him need to be pitted against each other. I'm that poor man on the floor. So you and her pit, you and him pit, so it is her? I'm gonna pit those two first. I don't trust her. I was trust her. I'm memory saying 4 passengers of fares totaling 20 pence. So, 4 pence. If there were 4 people in the carriage, 4, 8, 12, 16. So, totaling 20 pence. Don't like that.
Objection!
They do. What have you said? According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus the night in question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? Buddy, I know you got one eye going this way and one eye going that way, but even you should be able to see the problem here. 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it is 16. 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Which means there was a 5th person. Which means the other guy who is in the ledger was also there, hiding underneath the seat. Betcha. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger that we'd heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, once and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is fallacy. I don't believe that. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, huh? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side on the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go in? Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Here we go. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. That's right. Get in there. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Nauhardo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. I know which 2. 2 more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Oh, I know which ones. I'm sorry to do this to you, Granny. I'm sorry to do this to you, but you're one of them. You do weigh heavy on the side of guilt, but guess what? Yep, I know. Just chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. It's you and Granny, right? Stabbing that poor man on the floor. Stabbing the chap next to him. Right? Right.
Objection!
Those two messages are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? Borderlands. What does this contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Why do you have a knife in court? What, can't you see I'm busy here? What, pulling your weapon out of the freaking table? Can somebody get this guy? Like, why is he here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Huh, want to test me, do you? It was like this, stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I can understand it, it was like this. Damn, Granny! He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. Get it, Granny. Get it. In the white. We are back to even. The scales... I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you think I'd really be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. It's a good name. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. Well, if we look at the court record of the autopsy report, and we can examine that and say, stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Once! Anyway, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? Okay, in a courtroom, can we not? Can we actually not? They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? I'm trying to think of a possibility to where that could happen. Like, what could have caused him to fall over? Because if he stabbed him first, and then he fell over, what would be the point of stabbing him again? Unless he stabbed him from behind to begin with, but how would that be possible? Because then he would have had to stab him in the front. I would say it's possible. No, it's out of the question. I should have picked the other option. Yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. I think you should have a look through the court record. No, I should have hit it's out of the question because of the court record. Yeah, I as soon as I pressed that, I'm like, wait a minute, no, we already know it's out of the question. There isn't an outside chance what you're saying. I literally just finished saying it. I don't know how I missed that. With it. Yeah, what you're suggesting is impossible. Yeah, it's out of the question. Yeah, I knew it as soon as I pressed it. I'm like, well, this game does have a tendency of making the impossible possible, but yeah, no, we just finished talking about it and how it's impossible. What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I see two witnesses say two different moments of the same crime. If you say it's out of the question, show me proof. Clearly, because I know exactly what proof you want. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with some evidence. Something he can't dismiss. Easily. Easily. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that two witnesses saw different moments of the same crime, as proven by Boop. Stabbed once.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I can see defeat. Boom! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruto. Not quite yet, Sato. We've won. No, not quite yet. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. If the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Boy, what are you doing? You frickin' creep. Dude! God, he's such a creeper. Stop licking it. Stop licking it. Please tell me he's a barber. Stop. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Let's go! So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Yeah, go ahead and refill your drink. You weird vampire. What is a man? Miserable little pile of secrets. Oh! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? Brr, is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, you just throwing away your cape. Let's go. Don't like you. Don't like you, Mr. Top Hat. Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination. I gotta hydrate again. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Also, welcome back, Naira. Oh, yes, sir. I did, sir. He's not cold anymore. Of course I heard it. Oh yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Oh, he's cold again. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. You. Don't like you. Don't like you, Mr. Top Hat. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. No. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It was all too much. I tell you, I saw McGildy stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yeah, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. So, old man shaky. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passenger by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. Your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? Oh no, Beppo. Run, Beppo. 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, well, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I can't make the result come out differently. Well, no, it wouldn't. No, that figures. I don't believe it, though. I do. I do intend to continue. Absolutely. Alright. What do we got going on here? I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear. But, what's the but, So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. So I was so cold, and that's all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It's terrible. So I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? Well, it's your job. You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have another suspect. You're the 5th passenger. Oh, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Let's press it. Does that mean everyone on the board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. I just told you that I did. Well, no, he was already a passenger. He can't be the 5th passenger. He was already on the top. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead, and buried. So, I'm to accept that it was only the 4. And they all paid 5, making it 20, which gets rid of that discrepancy. Cool. If that is a truth, that still does not say that Mr. Top Hat did not kill the guy. Unless... No, it wouldn't have been Beppo. He's short, like the other guy, but it wouldn't have been Beppo. Yeah, we'll see. I think it's the juror. I'd have been happy if it ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fair, he did, and I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. Press you on that, too? This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should ever have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious. Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may actually turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath that... See, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGill stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Gonna press you on that, too. So you get hold of defendant, Mr. McGill, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? Bothering me before this was... For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as of yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white, the man's guilty. There's something there. Yeah. Okay, you saw Stanley who's sitting next to him. That's what I said, wasn't it? Do we get to see... He's sitting by the window. He's sitting by the window. The guy would have had to been sitting here to be able to see that clearly. Which means the lady first, or whatever his name is, was sitting here. I still say there's a 5th person. There's something there. He stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Gonna press him. Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. He didn't scream. The other guy screamed. Yeah. I expect that was me, sir. That's when I turned around, yes. I saw it through the skylight. What? No. No. You can't see the skylight. You turned around, you see a bench. You're sitting here. Skylight's here, you can't see it. Don't like that. Don't like that. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I did not actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Truth!
Hello? I'm gonna pursue that, excuse you?
Excuse me.
You have something to say that Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No. That was a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a lot hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? He was wearing gloves. He's wearing gloves. I'm gonna press him on it. But he's wearing gloves. Blood soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. No! And you saw that from the roof through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement is bullshit. I feel there's something not quite right about it. Yeah, the gloves. I mean, you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto? That's when you should have a good look through the court record. Oh, I know. I know, thank you. Not long ago, this trial nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering some important new information. Yes, you're so right. Need to pay careful attention here. Oh, I already know. Oh, I already know. No, I already know. No, you good, Sasato. You're good. I already got you. I already got you. I already did it. Yep. 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 Oh, shh. That was the one I needed to press. Okay, yep, we already went through this. Yep. You're so right. Yep. I jumped the gun. Yep. Do I present the gloves here?
Objection!
Blood-soaked. Hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Arg. How does your cane taste, Mr. Fairplay? In short, Mr. Fairplay, you lying. Your testimony is inconsistent. Gah. But, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said her is both hands. Grr. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say they saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. What's wrong there, bud? Why, I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society who don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. Oh, we know the reason. Mm-hmm. We got that ledger. We do. Compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah. Well, we already know what it is. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. The ledger that was presented earlier today.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony that to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Good. Yeah! Got him. Ordar, ordar, ordar. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. My lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Grr. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Wow. What what good timing for the music. That was good. That was really good. That was good timing on the music there. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did. Overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilda's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Grr, so you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Well, then there's the fifth man. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yargs! Mr. Naruhito, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Let's go! What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. I don't think you're lying there, but it's not the defendant. However, I suppose you might say that I did not see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would all have seen. Not if he jumped inside the seat. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you is witness to the crucial moment of the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel. You got it, my lord. Let's go again. What the witnesses really saw. I'm gonna press them, though. I'm still gonna press them.
Hold it!
Mm-hmm. He's defiant even in the face of hard evidence, which I don't think he's lying. I just don't think it was the defendant. I don't think he's mistaken about what he saw. But then why would he take his gloves off? Right? Try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime, remember fundamental importance as well as you know. It's not true, I just don't know who it is. Correct. Yes. You did. It's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. So he's a gambler. Cool. That's shady. Yeah, you kind of did there, buddy. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I don't know about that. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I meant to press that.
Hold it!
I'll press you, though. You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That's to say, no, sir, I didn't. I'm sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. Can I just look around? Yeah, I can look around. Alright. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sorry, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, now. Oh, please, you didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could really do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, sir. Sorry to say, sir. Beppo, you're useless. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Poor Beppo. Can I go back? I want to go back. Can I go back? Like, is there a button to go back and forth? Hey, here are the... Just A and D, maybe? Try A and D. Yes, okay. Because I didn't get you. Gotta press you. You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilda's gloves had any signs of blood on it. Yes. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilda sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain in the skin of Darth Vader of his gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilda's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. So, did McGilda was asleep in the bus? Maybe somebody threw him in the little compartment because he's small enough. Maybe somebody threw him in there and then took his place wearing his hat or something and did the crime as him to make it look like he did it. That'd be interesting. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Could be. Hands with blood on them. So... There's nothing in here. I remember seeing the knife. I feel like this has something to do with it. I just don't know what to present there. I already heard you. Anyway, fact remains, there can't have been anyone inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Gonna press you on that. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. That's interesting. It was locked? That's right, and it's public bus service, for pity's sake, not what I call fair play. Ha 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 ha. Ah, fair play, like your name, I get it. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in the cabin, I would have noticed. Not true. Unequivocal, I would say. Not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? No. They might not have been able to, and I know why. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the evidence in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Well, duh, yeah. Obviously at this stage we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Oh, shut up. Tell me where this could be. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Well, it's made of wood, so not quite. Very well, I'll uphold the prosecution's demand. Let's go. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where could they not have seen? Clearly, the other seat with the compartment. Boom. Both rows of seats on the floor on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one of which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Well, if they knocked on the door, would have seen him through the window, though.
Objection!
Before they went up top. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Hello, whoever is now watching. I saw the viewer count go up, so I hope you're enjoying the stream. Hi, welcome. I'm Doki. If you don't know me already, I don't know who joined. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. I know you're here, Naira. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Well, let's take a look, shall we, before we answer? People. Not her. Not him. It's not him. These two are on the top. What if it was him? The defendant. What if he was across, not sitting next to? Because we've already kind of established that we think that somebody was impersonating him. Right? So what if he couldn't have been seen because he was over on the other side and somebody else These two are at the top. They couldn't get there. He's driving. He's the victim. That's my assistant. He has nothing to do with it. He's the prosecutor. It's the only option is him. I'm gonna put him there. I don't know where this line of thinking would go, but I'm gonna say I have an inkling. I may get penalized for this. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. I'm sure that this is going to be a false... This looks like it's going in the right direction, though. On that night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was...
Take that!
The passenger in the closed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, Consul? It looks like I was right. Yeah, no, he's just... That's his, like, 5th drink. He's just been downing wine this entire time. It's a crazy courtroom, I'm telling you. People bringing knives and licking knives and drinking. What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant. I know.
Objection!
Yeah. Oh. Okay. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see that they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. Well, damn, okay. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. That's correct. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise of which this case is built. That's also correct.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. I don't think it's wrong. I just think somebody they thought was the defendant, it was actually somebody else. Yeah. But keep in mind, this is like taking place like hundreds of years ago, where like they have no cars, there's no, like that's why you're looking at carriages and stuff. True, the gloves.
Objection!
That's correct. I have no problem with what you say. Right. Which proves that there was a fifth person. That's correct.
Objection!
Yes. No, that's correct. And who was this third party? We don't know yet. Yes, true culprit.
Objection!
Exactly who you're postulating. The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. Okay, prove that it isn't. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
No, they didn't. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said, the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. And you're barely hatted there, bud. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? It's a good question. I'm afraid I don't remember. Oh, you're a hatter, though. You call yourself a hatter. The style of hat makes no difference. Well, it kind of does, because he's got kind of an extravagant hat. There was a third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact he was asleep. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin of which he traveled. He was asleep. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Oh, he was hiding in the area. He's gonna say that there's nobody else there. On what grounds? But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Yeah. I think it would do us more good if we did demand the testimony, because he's going to tell us that there was nobody else in the cabin. Because if the theory is correct, then somebody was hiding in that compartment under the seat beforehand, and then he fell asleep, never knowing there was anybody else in there. Once he was asleep, he went in, killed the guy, and either left or went back in the compartment. I don't know. I think it's going to do us more to demand his testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Just raise your hand like you're in class, just like, teacher, teacher, me. The defense would like to call Mr. McGill to the stand. Oh yeah, I know he's doing the ooh. In that case, I'd like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what he has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. That's what I thought too. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. You're shady there, juror number 1. You're shady. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Maybe. Possibly. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Also, Naira, are we playing Back for Blood, or is Cow out of that, do you know? I don't know if Cow is still here or not, but either of you. Have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. No stream tonight for you? Okay. You're not even going to play Pokemon? Gotcha. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why would you conceal the fact from the police? Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you at all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on a night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. Ah! What? If the police had known that the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I'd only try to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. Huh? Huh. And who is this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. Prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? 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 Wait, what? What? Excuse me? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiffs amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew is that for the time being, at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Well, I will save. The question is should I continue until I complete episode 3? Or should I call it here since it's already been 3.5 hours? I do not know. Well, let me see. You may complete it? Okay, we can complete it. I don't see why not. I'll do it. Let's go. 18th February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey Defense Antechamber. I wonder if she hid it into that little spot. That makes sense. There would be a child that hid underneath the seat. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of things ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? Oh, I don't know. A child? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? This is another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, please kindly proceed to the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. Really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. I would assume it will. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. I believe the 5 pence thing is still true because I think she snuck on. Yes. '18th February, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, okay, there's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Vinceeks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which prevailed proceedings earlier. Seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It's an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. But she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is this meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that? It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Nah. Not even question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. As a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl is indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It's exactly as the defense counsel said. The last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Not making this very easy for me. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. It is odd. Very odd. Yes. I'm still gonna press everything. Right. When he got on, there's no one there. Yes. Okay. Correct. Of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Yeah. Nothing wrong there. Do you want to press that?
Hold it!
A loud thud and a scream. The body falling over and the guy above screaming. Cool. Yeah. Right. I didn't think he heard or saw anything. Sound woke me and I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but a fellow on the floor. If he had a knife stabbed in his chest, and he fell to the floor, he would have landed on the knife, right? You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment, you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It's from inside the cabin. Oh! But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream, no. I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. Bella collapsed on the floor at my feet. I sat him on a seat across from me. I don't understand that, because how did he fall over? You set him up, the victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil is already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Common courtesy, so it is. I find it a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Francis, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage? Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. Business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you were going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was always intended to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. Right you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the victim collapsing. And I turned to find out where that scream had come from. Bless my soul, what did I find? What did you find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except for yourself and the victim. No, the girl. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside. Now we get to the little secret compartment. Under the backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? The whole bus is submitted as evidence. We already knew about it. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. Okay, we'll do it again. Go inside. We already know what it is, unless something has changed on the inside. Well, let's open the door, go inside. Yep, scene of a murder. It's horrible. We've already been through this. I didn't see that the last time. Yeah. So, he did fall over after being stabbed. Got it. Sandwin! What's up, buddy? How are you doing? I still want to know if you can open up the, we already know about that. I still want to know if you can open this. Like, can you climb up there? Well, no, because, they would have seen it. How you doing, Sandwin? You streaming tonight? Yep, we know it has a handle. Oh, the things are not in there anymore. Well, that's different. Yeah, I hear that. I'm alive here and a little tired, but I'm here as well. It is what it is. It's a little different that I can actually stream from home now. It's kind of weird. I'm not used to it. It's not like super high quality, but hey, it is what it is. It works. And I think you all can actually, actually watch it. So that's a plus. Yeah, that had stuff in it before. And I feel like I would have seen this blood stain the first time. Those have been added since the last time we checked this thing out? Like what? Okay, well, who knows? I may raid you if I see you on when I'm done. I'm finishing this episode of Phoenix. Well, it's not Phoenix Wright. It's just the Ace Attorney Chronicles, the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But I'm finishing this, getting to a not guilty, and then I will probably raid. So if I see you on that, I may raid you. All right, we looked inside. So I found her. There's a child there all curled up in a ball hiding where we self away. I meant to press that. Mm-hmm. No, we got this. We got this. question, took back seat, promptly nodded off. Yep. 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 Press.
Hold it!
Hiding herself? Yes. This doesn't help though. Still no, I pulled her out from under there and sat her in the seat opposite. So I could have a wee chin wag with her. Seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You set this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Did the little girl, did she kill the guy? No, she couldn't have killed the guy. Who killed the guy? This is confusing to me. I have no idea who actually killed this dude. As I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position could all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. Huh? While I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. Doesn't really say who stabbed him and who didn't stab him. Like, now, but he was already dead beforehand. You were the only one there. It doesn't change the fact that you're still suspicious, even though you didn't do it. Defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I've heard enough. Okay. Uh-huh. No, there's more than just that. There's more than just that conundrum. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here a petty thief? Well, it sure seems that way. Ordar, ordar. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh! What? How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah, the girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how... What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what you're in your heads, right? In it? I can't do the voice for this. No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Whoop. Okay. Colored smoke bombs, cool. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs would use weapons like that. I like the little coin flip. That's neat. All I need for what I do are these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh yeah, this? Yeah, it was in the bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. Oh, look, he's drinking again. So, You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis right, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. I wish you would just be like, nah. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Let's go. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always, which is what I thought. And she hid inside the thing, right? But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. Wait, bang? Oh. Well, the bang could be two things. He could have been shot first, then stabbed. Well, no, he couldn't have been shot because the autopsy says stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying. And no, it was him falling over. Nearly jumped up my skin, I did, and then a scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. He did yelp get me away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? You were sitting on her. Yeah. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat. Yep. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized that your action would result in your own innocence being called in question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly get guilty of a heinous crime like this. Oh, are you gonna... I'm saving myself for doubting you, sir. Oh, you did it! Hey! With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. But that doesn't... Wait a minute. But we don't know who actually killed him, though. Maybe the jury's consensual in their leading to a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Naruhodo, this it must mean what? That we're victorious. Not yet. I don't believe it yet. We've not reached a climax of this.
Objection!
Yeah, no. Sir? And the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington defends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. Boy, put your boot down. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Does he get a chance now to do it? Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight of his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It is noted in black and white here with the police report. That is true, they were there. I saw them. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilda's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. It's true. It's true. Order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiency of the constabulary allowing this to happen. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. I do agree. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what would you find the condition of the undersea compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Oh, this is an old elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Vincennes. It's not, though. It's not, though. How am I supposed to answer? I already know. If you want to tell the truth, that compartment actually was full. It wasn't empty. Ooh. That's a straight up lie. That's a straight up lie. I'm gonna tell the truth, I guess. I'm gonna save first because that's the smart thing to do. But I'm gonna tell the truth because I looked, it was not empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Alright, be whist. What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. Fella's memory is curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. You think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? No. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. Apartment is designed to house equipment and maintain smooth running carriage. Yes, he would know. Yes. It would not have been empty. No, I agree. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. What is this trial? Wait, we're getting more than 2 here? Wait, hold on. No, no, wait, hold on, no. Is it just 3? Hopefully it's just 3, right? How will exhibit the scales of justice? Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Yeah, there is. Yeah, it did. I mean, he's a good prosecutor. He's doing his job. He's just a vampire. Alright, what we got? I'm gonna press everything, as I do. Yes. He's gonna react at some point. What's the point of spending a Joey to make a few baba? That's a rum idea, isn't it? Yeah, she didn't pay to get on. So they all paid 5 pence, and she didn't pay anything. Yeah, she's a stowaway. Yeah, shut up. Whatever. It does, yes. 4 pay, 5 pence a piece, making the 20. Yes. And 1 little scapegrace ride for free. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. Yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Okay, continue. Nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'm gonna press that. Well, most nights on me out in the God permit, at least some of the time. God permit? Yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You see, you'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. He didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You're present in the carriage for the duration. You were under the seat the entire time while events were unfolded in a closed cabin. Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? Mrs. Strad couldn't possibly be the culprit then. That's true. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
I believe it. You couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a job, but... Most say they pushed the curtain with me. Ed looked out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, pastors plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in a small dark place. This feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's option's choice. Why don't you stick a pick and peel's poppix in the open then? There's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there, nothing else for it. Hear this loud bang nearly jumped out of my skin, and the scream just came out.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. You let us scream involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. Could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, no, if he fell over, then... You know, if he fell over with the knife in his chest, then that stain wouldn't be on the floor. He'd have been still sitting there. Something else happened. Oh, really? See what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the below what had fallen on the floor at seat opposite. That matches his account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
When Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, it was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Okay. Wait. Oh, and you pushed him off and you had blood on your hands when you pushed him off? Ugh, how awful. Both me and Mian's got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. I heard something from above, someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would assume. I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses would have drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided that the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Which is the game telling me, figure it out. Alright. What do we got? Like, what do we got? Did I press everything? Press this again. Hmm. I need to press something or present something here, but I don't know. That was him falling. I kind of believe that. This makes me wonder. What am I missing here? What exactly am I missing here? What happens if I just go to the end? It's the same thing. Court record, people. What about you? I can't put my finger on either. What's wrong with her testimony? Before they hooked up the horses, like always. I'm gonna press everything, and I want to make sure I look at him. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anybody else watching have any ideas here? Because there's something here I'm missing. This line right here bothers me because, like, she's a pickpocket. You know? Like, why would she go in there and leave without anything to show for her troubles? It doesn't make sense. Like, does she have the same buttons on her hat and stuff that... Like, that's not it, right? That can't be it. Right? Like, he has similar buttons and one's missing. Boy, that's a long shot, and I don't know if that's it. That is a long shot. Can't see a thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. I'm gonna hold it on that.
Well, no.
Oh! Did he do that last time? I don't think he did that last time.
Excuse me.
I knew there was something I was waiting for. Mm-hmm. Buddy, I'm supposed to be representing you, and you're not making yourself look too good. You're so faking it there, Willy Wonka. You're faking it hard. Not really? A pity, if only Mr. Side had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. I would say it's important if that was a... Oh Lord. Yeah. Yeah, she would have had to heard something. Right? Like, she would have had to have heard something. It won't work on me. I forgot what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. And press that too. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there's no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, I got my head down so no one did notice me. Then you sat on the seat, which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Hello? Yeah? Would you Adam and Eve it, huh? What a muck.
Excuse me.
Ask something, Mr. McKelders. Oh yeah? And what would that be, fella? Do you have something to say about that last statement? No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kind of you to ask still and all. Here, have yourself a tip. Does he think I was asking for after his general well-being? Oh, I did hear this loud bang. Well, the stream of workout was going on. All you could hear was snoring. That's something I gotta press on, though, right?
Hold it.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly no. Sorry. No one, Kevin. Yeah. 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 All I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though he stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. Just listen, driving his pigs to market. It's more like an old dog he was. Not up to me. We just told the court. That's the facts, yeah. Are you sure, man? Absolutely. My learned Nepalese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. The Vinci's realized it too. Yeah. Even I don't know what I'm talking about, though. Contradiction to the court. While she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilda's snoring, but think. Yes, she should have heard. Show a person. Would not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. The Mason, the guy that died, right?
Take that!
Bryce fired Mason? Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus.
Boom.
Order, explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on the board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course it was. Got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person aboard the omnibus was Mr. McGilda. That it was, not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And, from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops, that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. What? But the door was locked, right? Ah, it's confusing to me. Like, he couldn't have been dropped through the skylight, right? Because the other person would have seen it. So how'd he get in? When and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Yeah, right? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. I don't believe that. He's dead right. How could the victim... Oh, no. Oh, no. Granny, no. She didn't even say anything. I don't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Oh, here we go again. Ugh. Mr. Naruto, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, Your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you spared me. You gonna break that one too? Yes, very refreshing. Ah. God. God, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You Eustace Eastern Amadan? Jesus Christ. This is carnage. It's perfect. Stop licking your knife. Stop. Chair number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Narhardo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept our truth. Here we go with number 6.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in your story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Oh no. Well, gonna save again. Because this is a tough decision. Let's think about it. The victim came to be inside the carriage. He was put there after he died. What if he was already in there? Like, what if he was already dead inside the carriage? Like, what if he was already dead inside the carriage, in the compartment? She went into the... No. She would have been covered in blood in that case. And the compartment had no blood in it. I'm wanting to say he was in there already, but there's another entrance. There's the skylight. He was put there after he died. Oof. Oof. This is he was in there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. So when they say there's another entrance, they're saying he walked in or went in the other entrance while alive. That's not true. He was in there already. I think he was put there after he died. That's what I think. That's what I'm gonna say. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Vinsix. The obviously is troubling me as also. No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved to the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? But was wrong. Okay. Or more relevantly, okay. Ask you again. If this were believed, how do you explain... Well... There's only one way of explaining how to be inside the carriage. There's not another entrance. They have to climb the ladder to get to the top, which means the window probably doesn't open, like the skylight. He had to be in there already, right? Clearly he was in there already from beforehand.
Objection!
Is that also wrong? I don't even learn. Is this also wrong? So there is another entrance. I was thinking that the skylight at first, and that was my first answer with my gut answer. But, like, they've never said that it opened. Well, alright, well, we know the answer to it now. There's another entrance, apparently. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The only has windows. Fixed windows which could not possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection.
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Does the damn skylight open? Which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Well, he didn't appear. He was there. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Entrance to which you propose. Huh? Like the window? Like, it has to be that, right? It has to be that. I'm gonna present that. The answer is obvious. It can only been the skylight. I say the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may be well large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Miss McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat had been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
What is this case? You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? If the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, The passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. This is true. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that is true, but... I still think fair play did it. But a humble fellow make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying... Aye. But 'tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellows do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? She's just typing away, it's fine. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter. Oh, what is he getting you up in a tizzy? Buddy. Buddy, calm down. This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. Oh, are they working together? Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. A mad hatter, would you say? So you didn't, like, someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts? It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, and about you, you rotten scoundrel. Were they working together? Ordar, ordar, ordar. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. And it was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Hell yes! In a complete frenzy. Testify! Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Well, keeping pushing forward. Testify! That was cool. I liked that. We were the only two people up on that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? Not if you were working together. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Okay. That's right, you see? First thing I tell you. So logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. Yes. What? Eh? According to investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Let's go. Only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. We're gonna press you on that. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not. You good?
Excuse me.
Mr. First? Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, no, not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, sir. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. It's not hard to... Even the witnesses can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful. I wish it were that simple. Does you think one of us sort of noticed?
Hold it!
Gonna press you on that? On the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening, it would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Buddy. Eh. You...
Excuse me.
I'm just gonna keep doing it. Because he's making the most... Mr. First. Oh, how could I be, sir? Did it trouble some way? Oh, no. Hat. Yep. Okay, so he's just gonna do that every statement. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before. Oh, Lemon, no. Not once, never. Never met the man before, he said. You, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? Right, sir, hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see. How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection.
Well, no.
Oh? Well, we already know that's not true. But we will pursue that. Mr. Gilded? Yes, counsel, what can I be doing for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for some thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it is fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's an extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another? Oh. And, young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That's your hot top hat sliding about on your head. One of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever. That guy is just chewing his own cane over there. Learning to find a perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers such as thrice-fired Mason. Did the Mason have a weird-looking hat? He did. He did, didn't he? There's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. Oh, this, you mean... Yeah, his weird-looking hat. I can't help thinking that poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. That it is. So it seemed the brickmaker who is a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, that you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellows here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me my little interruption hold up the proceedings. Hey, Hat Hunter. Neat. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We possibly couldn't have opened it. We're gonna press you on that, too? Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his frag with you in a minute. Is what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. How can you tell that? So it is, of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it still and all.
Excuse me.
Mr. First? Oh, okay. It's gonna do the same thing again? It's gonna do the same thing, okay. Yeah, okay, he's gonna say the same thing. It was a different reaction, I'm sorry. If you're so sure, where's your proof? Oh, I meant to... Yep. Yes. I need to look at the court record. I need to look at the court record again. I need to look at you. Need a closer look at this. Yeah. Can I not see the latch? Does that not mean anything? I love that it says Phoenix Wright Omnibus, even though Phoenix Wright wasn't born at this time. So that's actually kind of funny. Can I examine that? Will it give me like an achievement or something? No. It is a nice little Easter egg though. Mm-hmm. So we have the evidence we need at for something part of this. You're so sure. File through this. Where's your proof? Proof. That's right. I'm bound to hear it.
Excuse me.
Okay, it's the same thing. Alright. He was making a different face, so I thought it meant something. I don't want to go through this again with you. I know. It's the end. Yep. Continue. I want to go to that last statement. Press it again.
Hold it.
What piece of evidence do I need? Like, what? They're saying there's no way. There's no way he came through the... What am I missing here? That missing button has to be something. Right? Yeah, no, there's some evidence that I have that I don't know what it is. You know, I'm gonna press everything before doing anything.
Hold it.
Going through all this again. Yep. Yeah, and knot it off, yes. It's true. It is true. Gonna press that
Hold
too.
it!
He has a point. Hmm. Hmm. Nope. Go back. Nope. Go back. In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Hmm.
Hold it!
Wasn't this the one where we found out that the hat... we just established? We just established that he did know the man. But what is that? We had no reason to kill the man. So this has fair play in it, but he would want to kill the rich guy, the Irish guy. The hat he made. I don't know if there's a motive to kill the guy though.
Objection!
Oh, I didn't mean to present that. I didn't mean to present that. I wanted to look at it, not present it. Damn it. You knew the victim, or he did. I'll press on that. Scott, shut the help time. And block with you in a minute. Yeah. Yeah. What am I missing here? What? What?
Wait, that ain't.
Hey, hey, hey.
Excuse me.
Get it. It opens. Hmm? The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. It's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking, too. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck. Because if you look at the, That's what I was thinking, too. Because if you actually look at it, if you look at the top, the lock is on the outside, not the inside. If that thing is locked from the outside, you can't open it from the inside. Just can't. Look, a few weeks ago I was up on the roof deck on one of those drums, and I had a great haul. I had persons coming out my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the form to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't op the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Climb onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Flip that baby open. Mm-hmm. Oh, my hat. Oh. See? Ho ho ho! Order, order, order! So up here's the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. It is the clue you've been looking for. I shall, after I save. Because I only got two mess ups left, so I'm not taking any chances. So the skylight opens. You should. We should. Your subject fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Well, we know it opens now. Examine. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Boom. Well, clearly it's the omnibus itself now that we know that it opens. Right?
Objection.
There's clearly some omnibus. We know that it opens. See, I knew I should have saved there. As long as it's quite quick. Where's your proof? Oh, I'm supposed to present it to you. Well, we know that we can open it now, right? I saved before this, so if it's wrong, it's wrong. It is what it is.
Objection.
Alright, that's wrong. I'm gonna load Because that's wrong. Alright. Alright. So sure, it fell through the skylight. But we know now that it opens, right? Yeah. Okay, so I just had to press it again. We didn't know we couldn't have opened it. If we didn't open it, we couldn't have kicked the fellow down. Please, where's this idea about kicking the victim through the skylight coming from? Whoever decides these characters' fantasy not being able to open the skylight from the inside. What about breaking wind? Did they ever think of that? You actually have a point. Pray, do enlighten the rest of us. I'll tell you what my point is. No, there's something to this other statement, right? There's something to this statement in there. Proof. Yeah. Do I just have to press everything again? Yeah. I'll press everything one more time. Because things can come up, as we've noticed. What? Oh. Right. On that note, I need to take a quick restroom break. I will be right back, okay? And we will finish this turnabout, this episode of Great Ace Attorney. I will be right back. Alrighty. I am back. Alright, so hopefully I'm close here. I'm missing something. We know that the door can open, right? Is there something I missed on the door? Like on the door, around the door? Because I didn't look at it when I opened it. Oh. Oh. No. There's blood on the inside of that door. No. Can we not click on the blood? Can we not notice that the blood is there? Do I have to look up to see it? Even though I can see it right now, there's blood on that door. Alright, you know what? We'll go in, and then we'll look at it. Yeah, I know. We've been in here like 3 times before. Can we then look up then? Can we then look at it here? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruto. Why someone like me? What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. Yes. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it? That's what we were missing. I just was being impatient and didn't see it. I'm like, oh, it opens. Let's go back. That's what we were missing. And I think I know where to put it, too. I think I know exactly where to put it. No reason to kill the man. I tell you, we couldn't possibly have opened it. That's been proven otherwise. Too sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Oh, well, let me show you exactly where my proof is. There's a blood stain visible on the frame of the skylight when open.
Objection!
Right there. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it. I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here in this courtroom? Cancel, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? Come on. We just found it. It's right there. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruto. Why someone like me? What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Wait, I didn't present that? I don't want to select it, I want to present it. Let me present the blood.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? This blood stain proves 2 things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside that enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No. We're getting somewhere. Okay.
Hold it!
Hold it. Okay. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But. There's no way to know for certain, is there? It just really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Yep. There's all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is... What? No. But it can't be. It's all... lies! My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree. This is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. Granny, 1-3 then everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Yeah, you lost, buddy. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now? Blood stain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation on the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. You lost, buddy. At least not until this trial began. But, are you suggesting, Lord Menzies, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court had been in session. What? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standard, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut-tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Consul? Oh, no. Anna, what are you doing? It's fair to say this all does sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if you as well cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there had been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right, now, Counsel? It's true. The omnibus had been in full view the entire time the court had been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter. In your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? Ask me, I think it could have been possible with the smoke bomb. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defense as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. I see my learned Nepalese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yep. Mm-hmm. We already saw this all. I hereby call it emergency recess. Yep, we've went through this already. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. But how does that help us? Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless googer? Gouger, not googer. Gouger. You're supposed to be defending me. This is a wicked plot. Plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. Also true. When the police investigated the omnibus, the compartment was full of the driver's items, which I also saw. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Yeah, the blood on the floor wasn't there, was it? Because I don't remember seeing that the first time, and I remember saying that when I saw it, I'm like, that wasn't there before. My lord, yes, counsel? There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd be better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defendant's clarification. Defense's clarification, not defendant's. He's the defendant. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I don't have no idea what's truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? She'll have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. The blood on the floor is the only other thing in here that had changed, right? But he could have... Like, he could have... Yeah, it's that, isn't it? But, like, they said he fell on the floor, right? No, I don't want to press it again. No, stop. Stop. I was just trying to click it. I didn't want to present it. If we consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that blood stain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone. I feel compelled to admit that there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. It is over, I tell you. What? Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it is all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it's been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. So I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? Prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, I believe we've explored every possible avenue in this matter. As proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Really alright for the trial to come and end now? All these unexplained... It's not really, but I've been going for almost 5.5 hours. I mean... Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... he could be guilty. Okay, so here's the thing. Logic would tell you that he could be guilty. However, playing previous Phoenix Wright games, you should always believe in the innocence of your client. I'm going to say he could be guilty. Truth. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me. Order. This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer, calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? You totally did it, didn't you? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It's just as the right honorable gentleman succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now, nothing more than a formality. You did do it, didn't you? I feel like I'm going to see him in a later date. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we seen genuine, or was it fake? Lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish would be disposed of promptly, as I said. And she's gonna type. Still don't know why you have a knife in the court. This thing could yeah. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely part. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Premature end? Hello? 5 hours and 30 minutes? Whew. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
What? But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks? My lord? The case made by the prosecution was flawed. Plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer a judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me that this has all been a grand waste of time? Just the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I here pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Crackhead Willy Wonka? Yeah, he is Crackhead Willy Wonka. I don't feel good about that, though, because it was an inconclusive victory. The jury didn't even get to decide. Yeah. I feel like this is not the last we're going to hear of Magnus McGilded. I feel like he's going to come back at some point. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, which the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. That certainly was a long trial. You're telling me. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Sasato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Ah, yes, crackhead Willy Wonka, how you doing? Mr. McGilded? Ah, and that girl's with him too. Well, it seems that the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. Oh, you saw that too, did you? I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't like you. No, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of here a free man, then? I don't think of so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. 'Tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh. Hey. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I don't know, you can pay me? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. Oh. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Oh, you'd be whist. You're a humble people, are you? You from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this, still all in all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus Begilded. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help wherever I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Okay, I'm not moving. Whereas I want to say get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Hello? Naughty running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well? I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Heh. Oh, Oh. She got a bigger one. Oh, you want to play? You won't beat me. Here, excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus. Changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my lab. What for? Apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Ugh. I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. Fairly sure what she wants is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. We're gonna see these two at some point in the future as well, I'm sure. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. So sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But, where to? No. We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner than we had arrived in London, we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late out in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it might be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. Gilded down. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. That 1,000 guineas would have been paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there are more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade!
Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
There's somebody in there?
No. Oh, good God.
There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Who's in there? Well, that's the end of Chapter 3. We'll have to find out who was in there in Chapter 4. We will go ahead and save. However, the adventure of the Clouded Kokoro will have to be saved for next time. How many episodes are there here? 5? There are 5, like normal. Episode 5. Okay. So episode 4 will have to be saved for next time because I cannot start a new episode right now. That was a very, very long episode, episode 3. So next time, when I stream. We will hop into episode 4. And for now, let's go see who we can raid. I did say that we might try and raid Sanwin if he's on. I do not see Sanwin on. I see Tatterwing. So we're just gonna go ahead and raid Tatters. Yeah, I think it's just you as well. But we're still gonna do it. Raid Tatterwing. So, if it is just you, Naira, thank you for joining me for this almost 6 hour stream. And we're going to go ahead and raid Tatterwing. So, we'll be sure to say hi to Tatterwing when we're there. If there are more people here that I don't see, thank you for joining me as well. And I will see you next time. And take care.